And good morning, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What is a 3D printing variety streamer? It means we do everything from unboxing of 3D printers, like this one behind us, to modifying 3D printers, like what we've been doing with our box turtle. We've been taking part in a lot of prototypes over the last 2 years, such as our Zero G Mercury 1 build back here. Um, a lot of prototype beta testing of the box turtle itself. So that's kind of what we do here on the channel, a little bit of everything. Welcome on in, everybody. Good morning, KB3D Chris 2, Wholesome Guy U. Hey, Mr. Wizix, Rob C, Quantum Assembler. How are you doing this morning? Hopefully you're doing well. So today, as you might be able to see right here, I've moved some things around a bit um, because whenever I get a big printer like this up here and then especially put something else on top of it, I can't see my other screen over here. So clearing off this left side, moving the printer back some will help me still be able to see the screen as we go through and do the part that we're getting ready to do. Uh, Good morning, Eagle the Dragon. And yes, go Tigers. For those that you don't know, I am a Clemson Tigers fan. It's no rhyme or reason. I never went to the school, but it's where I wanted to go to school all throughout high school um, for architecture. So I've been a diehard Clemson Tiger fan forever, even though I've never stepped foot on the campus. So now that I live closer, I need to solve uh, that little error. Um, yes, they're playing today. I want to say it's at like 4:30 against Texas, so that'll be a good game to go watch. Um, yeah. So sorry, got sidetracked. Kind of easily done. Um, so since the last stream, a little bit of what's happened here. Let me go ahead and go to the bench site. Is we've got the two melded together. Got the two melded together. So what I did off stream was I added our little legs here so that we can mount it on the 300 size Voron. Um, the only downside to putting these on when you forget to do it when you do the initial build is you got to take the end extrusions off, which isn't that big a deal. Take your M5 by 16 off of the 2 feet, pull your M5 nuts so you don't lose them, take off the M5 by 16 on that short, put it upside down, pull this off, mount your two legs, which will slide on from the end, mount everything back up, make sure it's straight and square again, and then you can pop in a couple of roll-in nuts and secure these down. The nice thing with this, there is a place where you can secure this down to your printer. I prefer not to because if I need to do anything, I can pop the PTFE tube out of the back of our turtleneck. I can pull the cable out of the skirt and this comes off, which means I can now bring this over to the bench and work on it if something's going wrong with it, or if I'm going to pack it and go on a trip. This being one big square cube, real easy to move around. Then this can get put in a roll-on foot locker or something like that to protect everything. Once again, we're just popping the PTFE tube out of here and undoing our skirt wiring, and it makes it a lot more portable that way. And once again, it sits down in there. It's pretty rigid there. So makes life a lot easier for us. Now, I did decide to do this with the 1x4 connector and come in through the side skirt here. And the reason I did that was simply because when I started looking with the wire, this was some spare wire that I had. it wasn't long enough to make the run from my UTC, which is up at this end, down and around to get to the skirt, and then from the skirt back up to the box turtle. So I'm sorry, it's the UTC is here, and the keystone jacks would be back here in the back right. And so then we're coming back up to the top left. I wouldn't have had enough cable, and I did not want to cut another pre-terminated cable if I didn't have to. So by coming from here right to the skirt and then from the skirt up, I have plenty of room and some slack that I can work with here. And then the CANBUS cable for our tool head is just going through the keystone jack. And later on after stream, I will cut that, make the actual keystone jack. I've got a few of these printed out. So what I'll do here is this would be that keystone jack. It's a 2/2 microfit 3 keystone jack. You put the female connector with the male pins in here. It'll come in from the back. It slides in. It's a tight press fit. And then you'll just screw an M3x6 button head here, and that will prevent that connector from being pushed out. So then in the future, you'll have your 2/2 microfit male connector with the female pins, and that just slides in, and you'll have the place to depress it and pull it back out. Makes everything really modular and easier to work on. It's more of a quality of life thing, but that's kind of where we're at. Let's see. We got the gantry put back in. I did tension the belts somewhat. I have not gone through and checked all of my Z belts just yet to make sure that they're all the same tension. They all fairly good. Pretty much it's following the amount of or where the belts were looped in. When I first built it, pretty easy to see on the belts the way they've been bent for so long. It's just how high or how much tension to add to the Z belts. We'll work that a little bit later. I did move the gantry to the 150 millimeter mark and get my belts tensioned so they're properly, well, yeah, they should be at the 110-ish hertz range based on my little app on my phone. And basically all I've done is gotten it connected back up, done a homing and QGL sequence, and redid the pin, or not redid the pin, updated the configuration with the appropriate pinout changes that we made for CNC tap. Remember, we moved the CNC tap from the XY end stop pin location on the SB2209 down to the BL Touch down at the lower side. And we did that. And then last night as I was testing, I took an ADC out of range and realized that the one of the thermistor wires came out. So I had to go through and repin that. And let me tell you, one of these JST was like a PH or something, these little tiny freaking connectors, is painful. I hate those. I would not have done that on stream. If it had happened on stream, I probably would have called the stream and worked on it another time. Good morning, B. Guthrie. Welcome on in. Hey, Musaka, welcome in. B. Guthrie, good morning. Finishing up the printing for your box turtle this morning, and we'll wait on the LDO kit from Chris when they get in. Very nice, very nice. Now, are you printing the solid shirts, or are you doing this little trick where you basically do a modifier, set it at a certain height, and then make the honeycomb pattern? because I kind of like this. It allows for some good ventilation, especially if you put a bottom panel. Like none of my box turtles have a bottom panel on them. I need to just get off my butt, go out into the shed, and solid skirts. Okay, that works. That works. Um, I just need to, like I was saying, I need to get off my butt, go to the um, shed, and get my bottom panels cut over on my CNC. I don't know why I haven't done it yet. All right. So everything's shut off right now. I'm going to turn it back on. And like I said, that's kind of what we did on, or what I did last night was bits and fuddle making the cables so that we could join them. And then a couple of things like mounting the plunger here. And what I did was I measured the reveal that I have on the other 2.4, which is the same reveal length that I have on the Trident back here, and set that through to that size. We'll have to check out a few other things, but we're in the close approximate area that will have a decent starting point for tuning. Now, one of the things that I am finding on Kyber Dragon, which is the other 2.4 that we're going to be taking to Evocate 3D here soon, I'm getting stringing. And what I'm realizing is if I'm getting stringing using a cutter, I'm not cutting all the way. So I need to look at how far it comes over and how much it depresses this so it's actually doing a full cut on the filament. So that's something I have to take a look at and tune a little bit. Hey Bob, how's it going? So in the shed I've got a Shapeoko 3. It's what, Shapeoko 3 XL. So it's basically a 16 by 32 inch cutting area. Now, if I need larger, my brother has a Shapeoko 4x4. I just have to go up and see him in Virginia. So, yeah, they work out really well. And then, because I have cut panels, I've cut deck panels for my 2 ender wires. I cut the deck panels for those on my Shapeoko. You had that one? Nice. And I'm using the Carbide Create, or not Carbide Create, the Carbide 3D trim router, the Makita knockoff. And it works perfect for what I'm doing. The Millennium Machines Milo is also out there, and I need to work on the software on that as well and get that up and running and get it trammed in. And that's once again a CNC mill with the 1.5 kilowatt spindle. And then right over here, which we're going to start working on, see this rat rig stuff. So this is the IDEX kit for the rat rig VCore 4. And then this stuff sitting over here right behind the filament is the rat rig mill that I need to start building, because that's under the open beta right now. So I ordered that. The only thing I don't have is the spindle for that, and I'm going to get it from KB3D Chris. We're going to get it from KB3D. And now I've got the 1.5 on the Milo, and I think he's almost got me talked into the 2.2 kilowatt on this. As long as it'll work on a 20 amp circuit, will be good, because that will let me run this to its full potential. Because once again, the Milo is 30 series extrusion, I believe, and this uses 40 series. This is actually a little bit beefier. So yeah, using the actual spindles as well is going to be. So as you can see, we are back up and running over here. Go ahead and bring the page up. Do a. I'm going to, let's see, case light off. That, okay, that should work. The case light, I found it either needs to be off or on. If you do it somewhere in between, you'll get that flicker, especially on the cameras. Now I do have the 3DO camera on this. It's very dark if you don't have the lights on. That's why I have to use the lights. And I even tried swapping out the LEDs in here last night, and they're still not working, which tells me I must have fried something on the SB2209. Hey, good morning, Liz. How are you? Yeah, I'm going to be, I want to play with the spindle and see what that does. And this may shake or rattle or have a lot more resonance than normal right now. It doesn't have the side panels on, so there is a little bit more flex in that frame. Amazing how much the side panels add. Add to the rigidity. I'm making sure that nothing is loose here. So much snow. Oh, wow. Well, stay safe, Liz. Definitely stay safe. UGL this. So one of the things we're going to be working on today is we're at the stage where we need to add our AFC software, and we need to now, since we have CANBUS on here already, because the SB2209 and the toolhead board is CANBUS, all we need to do is find our CANBUS for the AFC light board, and we can get things we can get that added in and get things going. So we're going to come over to the Armored Turtle AFC light page. Let me go here. Set the overhead. There we go. We get that set. Go to our screen. Over with the right screen. There we go. So we've got our AFC light page up here. And we're just going to scroll down a little bit. And it's going to talk to us about the AFC light software, the automated filament changer clipper add-on software. We're going to need to do some install stuff. Talks about how to use it to get help and the install. There's 3 prerequisites. We need to make sure we have Clipper, that we have Moonraker, and some type of web UI, so mainsail or fluid. And to use mainsail over here, we just kind of like it. Yeah, happy first day of winter. Liz, it has been really, really weird. It's like 42 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. A couple of days ago, we were at 70. Mid-December, we were at 70 degrees. It was weird. Oh yeah, I would stay inside if I were you. First snow of the year, especially even in a country where you're used to having snow. First snow of the year, I always try and stay off the roads if possible. People forget. People forget. So what we're going to do here might not be as easy to see for you with this up in the top right, but we're basically going to git clone to pull the software down, and then we're going to run the install script. So we're just going to copy this file here, and then we need to SSH into our Raspberry Pi. So we'll just go search for PuTTY, because I am on a Windows machine here. This is what IP? I'm going to log in as Pi. Hey Zombie, how's it going? Apparently this one has been changed from default. Okay, so we got a QGL that finished. Yep. Let's go over to the full display. Finishing up some last minute GIFs. Nice. Nice. Back over here to the workbench camera. So where we're at here, we've just logged in, and we're going to run our commands here to install our AFC Klipper-Add-On software. So once again, we just copy paste, and it's going to git clone that software, which means it's just going to pull it from the GitHub server down to your local machine, or in this case, the Raspberry Pi, and then it's going to run the install script. And as part of that install script, it's going to go through and ask several questions. The first one, of course, is, hey, what's your password for your Raspberry or for the Pi user? Put that in. Take it. What are you doing? It's just taking forever. There we go. Okay. So we're going to select an option. This is a box turtle. Quite honestly, there's either a box turtle or exit. It's going to ask you to select your board type. We're going to be on an AFC Lite. As you see, we can use this with a MMB. Those options, my understanding, are probably going to go away, or at least the default's always going to be the AFC Lite board going forward. Okay, it's asking us for our toolhead sensor pen, and it's saying it should be something of the type of MCU:pen, like EBB can.EB2 or what have you. What we're going to need to do is look over here at the pin diagram for our SB2209, and we went with the first in stop, so the filament sensor above the gears is in PB5. The one that's below the gears is PB7. Okay. So, and we called this, I'm pretty darn sure it's SB2209. Let me just double, triple, quadruple check. MCU SB2209, that's a good indicator right there. Also come in here and just triple, quadruple check in your printer config file. There's the MCU SB2209. So that is the name of my MCU. So we'll copy that over there. And once again, we're looking for Papa Bravo 5. So SB2209 colon Papa Bravo 5. Please select your buffer system. We're using the turtleneck, not the turtleneck V2, so number 1. The following questions will enable or disable various features. Pretty much, we're going to want all the defaults here. So, do you want to add the AFC includes to your printer config? Why, yes. Do the work for me. Do you want to enable tip forming? False. Want it to be false. Good morning, Shrimp Father. How are you doing? Do you want to enable a tool head cutter? True, because we have a tool head cutter in there. Do you want to enable the hub cutter? This is defaulted to false. We want it to stay false. That would be if you put a cutter at the back side of your box turtle hub. Okay. Next up, do you want to enable the park macro? Yes, we do. You want to enable the poop macro? Yes, we do. Want to enable the kick macro? Yes, we do. You want to enable the wipe macro, which is cleaning the brush? We do. Okay, might be a little bit hard to read for you guys. Updating configuration files with the selected values. Added include AFC / asterisk.config in your printer config file. So that's going to call all of the AFC software or load it. Okay, now it's asking for our advanced pen. This would be the turtleneck advanced pen and then the trailing pin. So what we may need to do here, we'll come back to our box turtle stuff, flip back over to the main armored turtle, come over to box turtle. We're going to look at wiring, AFC light pinout, and we went in these top two. So travel is all the way at the top, advance is all the way at the bottom. And do we actually have... That's interesting. We don't actually have the pin names here. Don't actually have the pins. Okay. I know it's set in the software. And basically what they're doing is they're not setting it by default, because you can attach this to your printer, meaning the turtleneck. You can install those to the AFC board, or you can install those into the printer itself. So if we come over here and look at the MCU AFC light config, this is basically the pin definition file. And you'll see the turtleneck advanced is PE12 and the turtleneck trail is PE13. So we want this to be... Now we can either put the pin name in directly or do like what they did here, and actually they've actually got the default, which is AFC turtleneck ADV, which is the name for that pen as defined in the pen file, and you'll see it's got the caret symbol in front of AFC. That means it's using a pull-up resistor. That is a default, so we can just click enter here, and it will take that name. Same thing for the trail or travel, the coasting side of it. And now it's added that information, and we're back to our command prompt. So if we come back here, start looking through our instructions again, we've got the install that we just did. Don't need to do updates because we just did a fresh install. And we've walked through the automated configuration. Okay. So when we're done, we need to review the following files for any changes that may be required. That's the AFC config and the AFC macro variables config. Okay. So here's what we're going to do, because you guys know I love my copy paste and using the same files from front to back. So we need to look at AFC config. I am over here on Kyber Dragon. Here's my AFC config. I'm going to come over here to Bay Dragon. I'm going to do a refresh. Just simply because we've installed new software, I want it to do a refresh. So I do a full screen refresh as well as a directory refresh, just to make sure that it's pulled in all the right information. And we went into what, AFC config? Yes. Now we're just going to flip back and forth and see if anything's changed. 150, 250, 50, 300. Nope, that's all the same. 5, 120, 30, 5, 120, 30. I don't even mess with the LEDs. This is making sure that we've got all of the right settings turned on that we want. Actually, this is just the macro name. Whether it's enabled. Pretty good. Tool cut, yes. Park, yes. Poop, yes. Kick, yes. Wipe, yes. Tip forming, no. That part's good. And we're not going to be forming a tip, so we really don't care about this section here. So all that looks good. Next one that we need to look at was the macros. So we'll look at our macro variables. Now this is where we'll start seeing some differences, because I've put things in different places than where they have them configured. So global leg 120, 30, 2001. That's all the same. So these are our basic travel speeds. If we want to override these, we can override these. We've got our cut section. So this is where we start making some changes, and we're changing it based on the location of our pen and where we've installed our pen. So you can install it in the back, which is what I normally do on my Tridents. The problem is I couldn't put it back here on Kyber Dragon because I'm running drag chains. I very well could put it in the back here. So it comes over, it does cut, poop, kick, and everything right here in this back left corner. And, you know, that works just as well. In which case I would go and grab some of the parameters off of the Trident for that part. Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it up here so that my 2.4s are all running the same direction, pattern, what have you. And that's with the plunger all the way at the front. So it becomes pretty easy. I'm just going to grab these parameters right here. Copy these. Bring it over here. And paste it here. Variable cut acceleration is set to 0. It means it takes that default global parameter that's set above. Cut direction is left, and the pin part distance is 6. Okay, so 0 left, pin part distance is 6. Okay, good so far. We had changed this from 8.5 to 15. And this is the position of the tool head when the cutter is fully compressed. Distance the tool head needs to travel to compress the cutter arm. To calculate this distance, start with the pin location XY position and move your tool head till the cutter is completely compressed. Take 0.5 millimeter off that distance as a buffer, and that's where you want to set it. Now, I'm getting an issue where that is still leaving some stringing, which means it's not compressing it. So we may need to check that distance again, which is fine. We'll go and test that out and do some math. And so what we're saying here is it starts at 18 and we're moving it over 15 millimeters. So we may just have to go over another couple of millimeters and expand or make that number slightly larger to get it to do that. The next set would be some move speeds. Let's see about kind of getting those around the same placement, flip back and forth just to see if anything changes. And these are all the same. And one of the things you'll notice is I do put notes in here with my with a date and my initials. That makes it really easy when you're going around and setting up another printer, because then you can see where you've made changes. And once again, some of this stuff may need slight tweakage, but chances are it's not going to need much. That's the variable retract length that we just changed. Quick tip forming, we've got that set at false. We really don't want to do any tip forming because we're cutting the filament. It makes no sense to even take the time to do a tip form operation. Cut count is 2. We want to continue to do 2. Then we get down here to the pushback length. And that's where we make our next change. What this stuff here is, when we get down to the pushback length, this is pushing back the remaining tip from the cold end into the hot end. So we're going to retract the filament some. We're going to come over and cut the filament. We're going to go to the back. We're going to retract, and before we do that retract, we're going to push the filament back down into the hot zone. Then pull back out, pull the filament out, put the next filament in, and then when it starts to poop and it loads that filament, it loads it all the way down and kicks out that the remainder of that old filament. So that's what starts the filament change and purge. So we wanted to change these defaults, which are 25 and 20. And these are numbers that I had taken from my old ERCFA config. Like I said, good starting point. 30/30, that's good for variable safe margins. and everything there is um, left blank. So this section down here is if you need to apply additional voltage to get a good cut, right? So a lot of times we may not be running them at high voltage all the time. And that keeps the temperatures of our motors down some, but we may find that we don't have enough oomph to actually ram the cutter and cut the filament. So you can increase your speed and torque by increasing the voltage just a little bit for these cutting moves, and then it'll drop it back down. And by the way, good morning, Layers with Lily. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Next up, we'll have the poop section. This, once again, is where it goes to create its little poop, which is a little purge area. We're going to move this. By default, it has it in the front left corner. We're basically going to move it to the back left corner. So right back here, we're going to do everything wherever our brush is at. So we want to make the park into the back left. We want to make the poop into the back left. We want to kick somewhere in the back left and our brush. That way we're not moving side to side with an oozy nozzle and leaving strings everywhere. And then also, normally what we would have would be a, what do I do with the little bin for this one? Normally there's a bin, so there's a purge decontaminator. Was it? Yes, the decontaminator that I use that allows you to mount your brush back here, and there's a bin that goes around it. I can't use that bin basically because of the blocks that I'm using for my bed. The easy way to get around that is take the bed off and switch this mounting block over to the one that the LDO uses, which puts it up underneath the bed here. And then I can put the decontaminator purge bucket back here to catch all of the kicked poop. The other thing that you can do is literally just make a long tray, slide it up here, you're kicking into the back of the tray, and then every once in a while you can just reach in, shuffle that tray front to back, and that will help move some of that poop down further into the tray. So or you can just create a big tray back here, like some people have done. And it's just a way of catching the poop so it's not going all over the bottom of the printer. It makes it easier to clean up. So we're pooping in the corner. We're not changing the variable purge. We're not changing the fast, the lift. The restore position is set to false, so none of that changes. Variable purge start, 0.6 is good. Running at full speed, so the cooling fan speed, yes. Variable purge, yep, all that stays the same. We even keep the same purge length and the minimum purge length. So far, it's worked out really well for me, and it makes these nice little comb poops like that. Not a lot of waste, and you don't need to do a prime tower. Right? You do your little poop in the back. I'll wipe the nozzle. I'll come over. I'll kick the poop off the back into the bucket. Wipe the nozzle again, and then come back and keep printing. So that way we're pooping, yes, but we're not. One, we don't poop as much as a bamboo does, and then two, we don't need the prime tower, which they still use a prime tower or purge tower in bamboo by default. So the kick, we are going to change that kick location. Once again, we're going to do it in the back. Height 1.5, 150, 0. Change this to the back. Actually, these three parameters all get changed. So by default, it's kicking to the right, which means it's expecting to be somewhere over in the back left or back right and kicking it to the right. Kick move distance is 45 with a Z height after the kick move of 10. I think it just kind of wastes some movement. So we're kicking off the back, we're doing a 25 millimeter move, and then we're raising up 5 millimeters to do our movement back to the print, I should say. Brush is going to be based on the particular brush you're using. So we'll come in here and change that location. Once again, this is your XYZ, so where it starts in the X position, where it is in the Y position, and then how high it is, or from 0. And then everything else stays the same until we get to the bottom 2. Actually, just bottom 1. And whether or not you want to do the Y or not. In my case, my brush is in a position where it is fully back on the Y. So I have no more Y travel. If I tell it to do a Y travel, it's going to ram the back of the gantry, and then I'm going to skip steps, and we're going to have issues. So in this case, there is a, so I'm using the decontaminator, which is no longer out there on the Voron user mod page because it's considered an obsolete or what you call it, a no updates have been made to it, so it's considered basically dead. But in essence, what you would do is you would have a tray. In the case of the decontaminator, it's a bigger side, it has a notch, and then a shorter side, and that fits over the back of the brush holder with a couple of magnets that basically magnetize to the 2 M3x8 screws that are used to hold the brush in place. So it kind of wraps around the brush. In this case, you could print any type of little bin like this, do it out of ABS because it's going to be sitting next to the bed heater, and just sit it in the back here. Make it cover a decent amount of space so that one, you can get in here and pull it out to dump it out occasionally. But you're going to be pooping, in my case, right here, and then we're going to kick it straight off the back. So you just need a little tray that you can sit back here to catch that poop to make it easy to pull it out. Otherwise, it's just going all the way around in the back corner here, and you're going to have to be scooping it out all the time. The other thing I will say is get yourself some of this vinyl. This is a vinyl extrusion cover. So this flips right down into the extrusion there and covers that extrusion. Every bit of exposed extrusion up here, fill it in with this. Because if not, you're going to be getting all kinds of plastic goobers all in it, and it just makes cleanup so much easier. How does this setup compare to other MMU systems? So with Happy Hair, the last time I used Happy Hair, I spent a good 30 to 40 minutes just rolling through and doing initial parameters. And then you got to go through and test things. Now they did add some automated test routines to Happy Hair. So far, the biggest thing I found here is figuring out where to place things for once again, I'll say order and ease of operations, right? So when you do a filament change, it does a cut, it does a retract, it'll pull the new filament in, it does a poop, a wipe, a kick, a wipe, and then comes back to the print. So that's where I say if you can keep all of those operations in one spot, it makes it easier. So on my Trident, I am all the way at the back and I'm triggering back here on the back left, but my brush is over here on the right. So it does the cut and then park and everything else is over here in the back right. Okay. With my 2.4, because the brush is mounted over here on the left side and the purge bucket's over here, all of the, poop, kick, brush, park is all the way in the back left. And my cut's up here on Kyber Dragon because I'm running drag chain. If the cutter's back here, I catch with the drag chain, and that's bad. So with me running an umbilical here, I could easily move my plunger to the back, and now the cut and everything is in the back left corner. Okay. The setup that I'm doing right now feels very much like a bamboo, right? Because the bamboo cuts in the front left, and then it does all the purge and everything in the back left. The biggest issue I've had here, because we know all of the distances for all the movements of the triggers inside the box turtle, is how much tube do you have between your box turtle hub. Notice I said box turtle hub, not the turtleneck, and your tool head. What I normally do on a 300, I will cut 1 meter of PTFE tube. Bring it from the back through and into the tool head. And then somewhere in the back, I will cut that meter to make between the hub and the turtleneck, and then the rest goes into the turtleneck. That way I know I've got 1 meter worth of tube, and I can do math to figure out how much longer I have down into my sensor. Yeah, and that's even on like an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, that's one of the biggest issues is figuring out those links. And I'll tell you the way that I found that makes it so much easier is to understand and figure some of that stuff out was Chris's basement, Chris Riley, and his suggestions for the MMU2. That's how I set up my MMU2. And once I followed a lot of his suggestions, I stopped having any issues with the MMU2. And I was starting to do the same thing with Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, because once again, it's very critical to get distance. If you can get your distance close or spot on, your filament changes become a lot more consistent. And consistent filament changes is what you're looking at. That's the biggest thing with the MMU3 on a Mark IV. I put it in place. It does some auto calibration routines, and it just works. I have yet to have an issue. The biggest issue I've had with the MMU3 is my filament being dry and breaking in the buffer. Right? The biggest issues I've had with the AMS and a failure to feed, I've gotten filament that breaks somewhere in the PTFE tube track, and then you just got to figure out where it's at and fish it out, which is fine if it's a dark filament. It sucks when it's white. Trying to figure out exactly where it happened. So these are set. So we're going to save that. Not going to do a restart just yet. So we've checked the 2 files that this told us to check. Okay. Now they do also have manual configuration. This is if you want to go through and do it all manually. They're automating a lot of this, which makes it very simple. And really what you're looking for is the locations. Are the locations correct? Those are the biggest things. They do have parameters here for turtleneck, turtleneck V2, and belay. So if you need to look at these or adjust them or understand them. Mandatory configuration changes for all. So prior to operation, the following checks and updates must be made to your system. You need to update the following values in the AFC config file. Okay. So once again, we're going to come back to this AFC config file. And what they're telling us to look at, whoops, is tool STN, tool STN unload, and AFC Bowden link. So this is the length from the tool head sensor to the nozzle. The upper sensor above your extruder gears to the nozzle tip. Okay. You want to know how I got that figure other than math? Somewhere, if you're running film matrix with a Revo hot end or a couple of other hot ends, there was a listing that shows the math of all the distances between the 2 sensors, between the sensor and the tip, so you can figure out, do the add and subtract to figure out these lengths. That's how I got that length for tool STN. Tool STN unload is the value, is the amount to unload from the extruder when doing a filament change. And the AFC bound length is the value from your hub to your tool head sensor. Okay. So tool STN, acceleration, Z-hop, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, and they need to fix that because that's not an AFC config anymore. Some of these parameters got moved around. I believe they're in the macro vars now. Here, or did they move them in? That one did get moved. Where did that one get moved? Yeah, they have changed some things. Where did that get moved to? Not seeing those. Or I wonder if they just got rid of them altogether. This is just the pin. Anything in the macro. I wonder if that just needs to be taken out of the instructions or updated as to where that information. Interesting. The new AFC has a nice calibration routine that determines the HUD distance for each lane and the bud length. Correct. Correct. So, yeah, this says it should be in the AFC. It's not. Hmm. Very interesting. It's the, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Musaka. So I'm just going through the AFC page, right? We're just going through the main page, and it says mandatory configuration changes all. And this information right here may actually be done by that new calibration routine, the AFC hardware. Yeah, I knew they changed some of that. But where was these at? Because that's the motors. Ah, there we go. It's under the extruder section right here. So you've got the STN. This is the distance from the tool head sensor to the tip of the nozzle. So right here. Yep, thanks. Then the unload. This is the unload distance for the tool head in millimeters. So this, I believe, is the entire, the distance to move it completely out of the tool head. And then the sensor after the extruder, it's currently set to 0. We do have that secondary tool head sensor in here. We can put that information in which case we would put this information in on the distance from the this is the extruder to the other sensor. So the distance between the gears to the lower sensor. I still don't, are we using that for anything, Musaka? Do you know? Thanks for the lurk, Shaudel. And by the way, the defaults for these, okay? These defaults that we're looking at right now, these will work for a Filomatrix with a Revo hot end, and I believe it works for a Filomatrix with a Dragon standard. If you're doing an ultra high flow or anything, you're gonna have, if you're using a different, you're gonna have to do that manual look. Okay, so they're still looking at one or the other being. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so those defaults, like I said, are good if you're running a Filomatrix. If you're running something else, you're going to have to adjust those. And you're going to have to do measurements and math. Verify that the pin tool start is set to the correct pin for your tool head sensor. We entered that information. And make sure you comment out the filament section, the filament sensor section in your printer config file. That's the other thing. That's good. We do want to come into our printer config. Make sure that we don't have a filament sensor set up. I could have just done a search rather than. It looks like I don't have one. And you'll notice that the include AFC folder is all the way at the very bottom. The nice thing about this is it then overwrites specific parameters that are already called out higher up in your config. So just a heads up there. And we don't have a filament sensor called out here, which is good. I say I keep thinking that there was a default section in here for one. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going, my friend? How is it going? All right, looks like we're good. If you're using any of the built-in macros, the variables, and the AFC macro var config file must be modified. So that's what we've already done, is gone through and modified a bunch of these variables. Optional configuration changes. If you use a turtleneck V2, you can set some other stuff. We're not. Using a hub that is not located in the box turtle. So that's if you're using the 4-in-1 like Groupie. You would need to set some stuff up there. Snappy is the hub cutter. We are not using that. And there is an automatic calibration. This is nice. Called in the console to calibrate distances. Distances will be calibrated to have about one short move after the move distance. Hey, welcome in, Waters. Doing pretty good. Sorry about not coming out to Evocate yesterday. Like I said, I got hung up at the office. I had to go in for an eye appointment and then got hung up, and I wound up having to leave there and get back here to Sanford because I have a standing appointment to go play D&D with Evil Diesel and his daughters. Make sure you don't have any T0, etc. macros and other files like I did this morning. Just ate breakfast, relaxing on my one day off before Christmas. Oof. So we're doing a D&D Adventure League out at a local game store. Yeah, quite honestly, I don't know which one we're doing. Hey, Steve Builds, how's it going? Welcome in. We're in configuration land. Just trying to check through here. And I have yet to actually do the calibrate. So layers with Lily, it's funny. I play a Dragonborn fighter, so sword and board. I seem to be the guy that just soaks up the damage so that my monks and my wizard can take care of things for me. But yeah. So I think we're close. Like I said, I haven't run the AFC calibrate stuff yet. So let's see. The calibrate lanes all Bowden equals lane. Input which lane to be used to check AFC Bowden. Calibrate just the Bowden lane. Calibrate Bowden lane. Which lane is to be? Hey, Thunder Keys, have you run the Calibrate AFC stuff at all? And or Lusaka? Because I have not yet. I just kind of keep cheating and copying and pasting. Protect your party members and roll to attack. Yep. Oh, Oh yeah, shrimp father. Eat and take meds. God knows if I take my meds and I don't eat something shortly thereafter, it's bad. Hey Timor, how's it going? Yeah. Like I said, I've never done it yet. LEDs not displaying the correct color. Filament pulling past the extruder. I've never had that. Timer too close. I've had that a couple of times. That's always fun to chase. Layer shift when using cut macro. I haven't had that yet. Once again, that's where you can start cranking up your voltage some because you're having an issue there and then doing a removal. Interesting. There was one thing it doesn't say in here. Unless I missed it. Huh. Buffer RAM sensor, command reference. Well, that's good that they've got those fine. Yeah, so the thing I'm looking at right now that's not listed there is I've got to find the CANBUS UUID for the AFC light board. The only thing that's not listed here on how to do that. So we go to our next favorite page, which is Esoterical's page, unless somebody can throw it in the command I need to find the CANBUS UUID. There we go. Should be able to do this. Hey, look, we got a UUID. Going to make sure it's not the same one as our tool head board. It is not. That's good. And that, I believe, is under, is it hardware? Yes. So we need to add our UUID that we just pulled there. Do a save and restart. Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting about that. So now we're getting movement up here. We're seeing lights come on. And I will say, This is the first time in a long time that all 4 of my LEDs have come up like this. Normally I get 1, 2, 3 is blank and 4 is on, and 1, 3, and 4 have different colors on them. Don't know why. Off the son's wrestling tournament. Okay, Thunder Keys, yeah. Good luck to your son. Good luck to your son. Okay, so we've got everything configured. It came up. We're now seeing temperature for our AFC board here. We've got our toolhead board, the Octopus board, the Raspberry Pi board. So we've got things there. This is the really nice thing. Let me flip back over to full display. Is you get your little ready turtle symbol. Love ASCII art. And it tells you that leg 1 is empty, ready for a spool. Same thing for 2, or tool leg 1, tool 0, leg 2, tool 1, leg 3, tool 2, leg 4, tool 3. Those are all set and ready to go, and the lanes are prepped. So that's good. Yeah, it's something I'll mess with and muck with at some point. Now, we've got a bunch of new macros down here, and one of the things I've started doing is coming into the commands, and where's it at? Macros. And you can go from simple, where it just clumps everything together, to expert. Okay? We're going to add a group. We're going to call that group Box Turtle. Okay? And we're going to come through here and we're going to add the things that are pertinent to the Box Turtle, which normally start with AFC. BT change tool, BT eject, move, BT prep, zoom, tool unload. Okay, that's done. A lot of this stuff really doesn't need on there as macros. So changes there, they wound up coming over here. Then to change the order of my kind of change things, just make it a little easier so I don't have to just scroll as much to get to things. Okay, so we've got all of our AFC based commands, our Box Turtle based commands up here, which will make it a little bit easier. Yeah, no worries. These, I'll take a look at them. Missed something. 18 more. How's it going? Okay, so we've got our lanes done up. What we want to do is just kind of roll through something. Okay, We just did a reboot, so let's do a home all. So it's going to require us to home things before it can start doing moves to certain areas. So we're going to run through some stuff here. So let me switch back over to this. So on a normal tool change, right, it's going to do a cut. Let's do an AFC cut, which should bring it over here to the front and do its thing, right? And extrude below minimum temperature. So let's tell it to get up to 180. Keep forgetting that part. Now, common sense would say, hey, Luke, before we hit this thing and say go, maybe we want to look at where we told it to go and do manual moves to get it there. That way we don't damage our tool head, the cutter, or anything else. We should probably follow our common sense, huh? So on our cut macros, we're telling it to go to 1820. 1820. Yeah, this is the internet sense, not common sense. So on this one, I do want to be a little careful. So what we're going to do is we're going to go G1, X18, Y20, F2000. And that's going to move it over to that location. And we're slightly off. We're slightly off of where we want to be. So let me bring you over here. Whoops, sorry about that. So you see that we're still a little bit back on the plunger, right? Now, I can't adjust these. These are moved all the way back as far as it can go. So I need to move the tool head position. So for Y, let's move that back one. That looks pretty lined up. Okay. And that's at 18. And we're still not pressed. Whoops. So on X, so 16 is where we're touching. Okay, and 15 millimeters, it felt like we kind of bottomed out. So we touched it 15, or excuse me, we touched it 16, 15, we bottomed out. So there we go. We need to go to 16, 18 for the way that we're currently configured. So we'll change this. 1618. So we need to change our variable cut move from 15 to 14.5. Because like I said, at 15, it felt like it bottomed out, which means we'll take 5 millimeter or a half a millimeter from that to make it 14 and a half. And that should allow us to get a full cut movement and cut the filament, hopefully without any stringing. We're going to do a save and restart. We'll have to do a home. And then we can go through and start testing our macros, because that was really the bigger one that we would need to change or update. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well today. Okay, so we're good there. We're gonna get this up to 170 again, so that we can run our moves. Because once again, it won't do the cut, because part of the cut is doing extruder movements, and it won't do that if it's not at least above 170 or 170 or higher. I got the 175 just to make sure. Okay. So now we're going to do a cut. Okay, that seemed to go well. Then it would go back to the park position. It would do it would take filament out. It would bring filament in and then do a poop. So here it comes down and it starts pushing filament out. So it's building that little cone of filament. Then it would do a brush. And I'm just making sure that the nozzle's coming down into the brush area and actually brushing. It would do a kick movement, which would just move up, forward, and then go back and knock the poop off the back of the bed. It would do another brush movement. And now it's ready to resume printing whatever it was going to do. So it looks like our main commands are working well, right? Bring that down to something reasonable. And you know what time it is now, right, guys? It is time to load some filament. So let's get some filament going. What do we want? We want green, brown, white. No, that's doing coins. Wouldn't matter. We just need 4 colors. So Let's not get picky. Right, we just need 4 colors. We're not going to care what order said colors are in. We're just going to put 4 colors in here because we're going to try and print our serial. Okay, and what we're doing, I really have no idea what order I'm putting these in. Let's really mess with some things. Where is that? Huh. I lost a pair of my snips. Oh, there. Okay. Not bamboo filament, but we're going to use a bamboo spool and we're going to put it on a box turtle. And once again, you push it in until it gets pulled by the extruder, and then you're good. And it does not take much. So we've kind of got 2 colors of black there. And whatever the heck, this is sea glass teal. Worry about this one because I think this one's been sitting out for God knows how long. So fingers crossed that that one doesn't break on us. That's weird. It started going in, was just kind of like no bueno. Uh-oh. So how far are you going in? So this lane, for whatever reason, is catching as it's going to the into the PTFE tube. I might have to take a quick gander at that. Bear with me. Be fun considering I've got wires on this now. Do not do this at home, kids. I think I found the problem. severely kinked bud tube. Which is the downside of putting 3mm bud tube on those first sections, which is what they call for. I had 2mm inside diameter in there, and then I swapped it out, and I shouldn't have. I should have kept my standard of using the 2mm there, because this kinks so often on these front turns if you try and use a 3mm tube. The tube kinks, and what's worse is it could kink in the ECAS fitting, which is what it did. So let's try that now. Sure to plug the turtleneck back in. Now let's give that a try. All right, so we've got 4 lanes loaded. So we're good there. The other thing we're going to need is a serial print. And before we go and do a serial print, we also need to look at there should be some slicer configs. Are those in here or in the box turtle itself? Looks like probably the box turtle itself. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we've got our printer set up appropriately. So let's open Orca Slicer. So do this back on full display. Orca Slicer. Oh no, how do I not have a profile in here for this? Trident, Trident, Trident 2.4. All right, so a 2.4, we're going to make some changes in here. Based on some information. So printer settings, under multi-material, single extruder multi-material, purge and prime tower would be checked. Enable filament ramming is unchecked. You do not want to do filament ramming. All this should be 0. Not. So we'll make it all 0. Okay. Anything else we need to do? It's under the material settings, so no. So we will. Yeah, this is a 0.4 diameter, good. Save that. And we're going to call this Day Dragon. The other thing we're going to want to do is go ahead and set our URL in here. And test it out. Is working correctly. Yeah, 75 was right. That's good. So material settings under multi-material. We're done there. Under our material settings. Hey, we have a generic PLA for box turtle. That's probably going to be a good place to start, huh? Let's check our multi-material setup here. Minimal purge on wipe tower is set to 15. Number of cooling moves 1. Everything else there is 0. I never had that set. I don't know why we would. Minimal purge on white tower. I'm going to leave that shut off for now. You know that we want to verify that everything here should be no ramming at all. There's no ramming setting here. We shouldn't have to set anything else to good. It's just that 0. That's what we want. Add multiple filaments. This part here is real easy. It's simply taking generic PLA and adding more. There we go. Hey, thanks for lurk, Waters. Your voice track audio is very low for me. I did turn the gain down on it slightly because we were having some issues before. Is that any better? So you can come in here and make your colors match to some degree. Having the colorblind guy pick colors is probably not the best thing to do. So we got that. This is kind of a sparkly dark gray off black. Black. Doesn't matter, it just makes it kind of look a little bit interesting. And printer machine G-code. This is going to be something that we need to do as well. So we're going to just copy this information. We're going to come up here to our printer again, go into machine code. You see there's a whole bunch of start G-code here. Click in that box, Control A, backspace, Control V to copy in that. And we're just doing M104S0, so it stops sending temp weights separately. M140S0, print start. Make sure that your print macros is print start, not start print. And we're going to send the extruder, the bed temperature, and the tool information. Okay. change filament G code is T with the next extruder. So we need to fix that. Add that there. Again, save that information. And then they've got an example print start macro. Now, I've got a lot of this stuff already done in mine. Probably what I will do just trying to check through here and see what it's doing. Yeah, so we'll do some back and forth here. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We are trying to get set up with our box turtle. Not what I want. Macro. Print underscore start. Add these in. Fine. P90, M83. P90, M83. Status heating. Bed temp. This is kind of useless because my LEDs aren't working. Okay. So we bring the bed temp up. We wait for the extruder temp to get to 145. We set our G-code offset. We do a home all axes, bed mesh. Move to the left front corner to finish heating nozzle. At that point, I think we're just going to go to the park. So instead of here, we're just going to go park, which will be at the back left corner instead of the front right corner. We'll bring the extruder up to temp. Is what it's doing there. It tells us to select the initial tool. We'll grab that piece. Finish heating, we're already up to temp. B28Z, don't know why we would do that again. We've already done a bed mesh, so we don't need to do that. Purge line, start print. I think that's all we needed. Doing pretty good, Daddy Wazzy. We are working through doing the software config to get our box turtle up and running. Whoops. Just going through and making sure. Looks like we have everything done at this point. what I want to do is, do they have the serial print up here? Do I have to go pull it down off the... Man, they really need to put the serial print in here. Put the serial print in the files. Okay. Discord. So we're going to have to come into the Discord to find the serial print so we can pull that down. We could literally do any 4-color print, but we might as well do the serial print and get that started. Good God. Discord and its updates. Here we go. So we're coming over here into Armored Turtle 3D. Got the little turtle box there, which is kind of cool. Box turtle help, software help, good places to go. Serials. Serial info. Requesting a serial. There is your serial print. So you want to download that. Come over into Orca Slicer. And upload that serial. Very small. Don't worry about making it bigger. It did just change all the pretty colors. Who cares? I don't. Set up basic parameters for how it wants to do it. The 3MF sounds good to me, right? So we're going to slice the plate. It says 16 minutes, 15 seconds. It's going to take over an hour. Letting you know that. Export this. Not export it. Print. Let's print. Ah, crap. So yeah. The other thing to remember before you go doing anything is the 3MF changes the printer to his 350. So let's come back over here and we're going to grab our 2.4 300 4.0 nozzle in Dragon. Card its changes. Yeah, sure, we'll transfer those. We've got our colors set up there. We transferred the actual print changes, the settings that he set up on the main serial print. We just made sure to pick the right printer so that when we send it, it will go to the right place. Like we're doing 4 walls, 4 top and bottom, 20% infilled, gyroid. So again, we'll slice that plate. Still says about 17 minutes. Still not going to be 17 minutes, but we'll upload and print that. Okay. So my fans on my Nevermore are about to go. I'm gonna have to swap my Nevermore out. So we're heating up the bed and getting going. Hey Rittenhouse, how's it going? Yeah, it's always something, isn't it? Now, mind you, this printer, I won the parts, the printed parts. So remember Fay-Dragon, the history of Fay-Dragon. I won these parts at the first Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. Okay? So that's where these parts came from. That's the color scheme of this being the purple and the sparkle fluorescent pink, right? Polymaker purple ASA and sparkle fluorescent pink Sparta 3D, right? That's how the color scheme for this printer came about. The frame is from Tensor 3D. It was a B-stock frame. Oh yeah, you can hear that, huh? This is running, you know, it is pretty much self-sourced, but it is running LDO motors. It's running an Octopus, Raspberry Pi. You know, it's running everything. I just self-sourced it all, basically. You're at the State of Ohio data center yesterday, getting in your car and something gave out in your knee. Ooh. Oh man, that's not good. Is your knee swollen? So I was bowling and was walking down the steps to go down to take my turn to bowl, and somebody called my name, and I stepped down with my right knee or right foot, turned, and when I turned, I heard a pop and immediate pain. I hobbled down there and threw my 3 balls because somehow I got a spare and went home that night. Within 30 minutes of being home, my knee was like that big. It seemed like it was really more like that. It was pretty swollen. Or the meniscus in the knee, which is some of the connective tissue. And yeah, ice the heck out of it. Go see the doctor. Chances are they're probably going to want to go in and scope your knee and clean some of that tissue up. Otherwise, it's just going to keep snagging and tearing more and more and more. Yeah, that fan. I mean, I wonder at the very least if I could. No, that didn't help much. Well, the good news is it looks like I'm going to be taking the bed off soon. I'll take the bed off to get rid of that, or take the bed off to fix these fans. And when I do that, then I can redo my wiring locations in the back so that I can put my decontaminator bucket down there. I guess for now, and I think this is all PLA, but what the heck. Because yeah, this is just a little PLA tray. I printed it as a test print on one of the printers lately. I'm just going to set this in the back here under the edge of the bed to catch the filament poops. So the decontaminator it's a purge bucket, right? It's a mod that's no longer available for whatever reason, but it was a mounting point for your brush, and then it's a little tray that mounts right over the back of that brush and magnetically holds in place. And it's just a place to sit over there and purge, basically. So it was the decontaminator mod. I printed out one of the buckets. I don't know where it's at. I know it's somewhere in here. And I know you've heard me say that numerous times too. But I do know that it is in here. Oh, here it is. You know, black on black. So basically it's a bucket like this, and you'll put magnets underneath here, and they'll mag lock to the 2 screws that are holding the brush in place. Well, the problem is the way I've got my Wago mount along the back here, this side fouls on the Wago mount. So I need to relocate my Wagos underneath the bed like the standard Voron, or excuse me, the standard LDO kit does. And then once I do that, then I can just push this in there. But for now, I'll just take this other tray and sit it down there. It'll catch the little poops. Starting the electronics today on yours. On your box turtle or on your Voron? Because you got the Trident 250 kit from Liz's thing, right? You got 4300? Okay. Is it a Rev C or a Rev D kit? Rev D, nice. So the Rev D, so my LDO 2.4 that we built was a Rev C kit, and it used the Octopus and a bunch of other stuff. The Rev D switched over to Leviathan. So when we were doing all the work on getting the Kyber Dragon, which was the LDO kit, ready to go to Evocate, we basically did the Rev D brain transplant. So it's now running Leviathan and Nighthawk. So if you want to go back, there should be videos on doing that swap out that may help. Though they also changed the orientation of the, yeah, follow the LDO guide. Can't go wrong. So once again, I haven't tested Bowden links. I didn't even measure this Bowden link. It's the same Bowden cable that was in it, or Bowden tube that was in it. So we'll see. We may wind up having to stop this and fix Bowden links. Going through and using tap to do the bed mesh. Yeah, I really like that Leviathan board too. That was a pretty nice board upgrade. And I don't have one of the desiccant trays in because once again, the lane 1 desiccant tray, based on where I have my AFC light board, I can't put this tray in because it'll foul on the connector for the CANBUS. So I might see, because there's 2 versions of these, and I believe this was the thicker version. It's like 20 something mils. There might be the slimmer one might be able to fit in there. Once again, we're back here at Park. It's loading our first filament. Now it's going to do its first little poop. We'll bring you all in here and we'll check out the poop. So it did its poop. It'll come over and then kick. Now that poop was not very much. So that's probably why that one was not all that enticing. Whoops, yeah, we're not sticking. Hold on. Hold on a minute. We're not sticking, so this could be a height issue or a Luke's been putting his fingers and stuff all over it and needs to clean his build plate. So we will stop that. Yeah, I think I just need to clean the build plate there. And I know wiping it down hot is not the right thing to do, but that's what I'm going to do. Looks like we had good layer adhesion. I'm just all right. Now let's try that again. So a couple of the other things that we've got going on. I do want to say, if he's still back there, that Eagle the Dragon sent me something. Because he keeps seeing that I have filament spread out everywhere. So he sent me a filament cart. And it's actually a filament cart. It's a rolling rack that holds 5 rows of filament. So maybe while this is printing, we'll take a look at this. But yeah, this is basically what he sent me. So we'll see. We'll put it together and see what it's like. You could always use some more filament stuff. Oh, and then the other thing, we have a full box of all the printed parts for the Galactic Armory mechanized, or actually motorized, chainsword. So that will be something else that we will be working on building and assembling. I'll probably work on starting to build some things while I order the parts to actually run, do the motorized mechanical piece. So I'll basically assemble what I can, because it's going to have to be, assembled, glued together, puttied, the whole 9 yards. So yeah. Okay, so what do we got here? We should have 10 arms. That would be the 10 arms. Oi. Two A brackets. D2 or 2Cs and 2Ds, some hooks, some fasteners. Like we said, some brackets. So the D are the ones that have the little leg like this on it. C's would not have those. That's a D. I was a little worried when he said he got me a filament rack, but this came in and actually it said it's designed for filament and business, so we'll see. We will see. Okay. Step 1, screw B in the A and attach A and C with screw. Oh, got it. We're starting with the feet. Whoops. And every once in a while, what just happened. So that was the, it failed QGL. And I am hearing some rattling, so something may not be 100% tight, so I'll have to track that down as to why I'm getting some rattling. I don't know. I didn't know Nomad was putting something together. Quite possibly. I mean, these injection molded feet are, what do you say, the superior quality of these injection molded feet. I mean, I could probably print better feet than these because these are kind of small. Like I would almost print bigger pads. In fact, I might do that. And you may see this right back there where that light is. That light might go away and this may go right along that wall there. So feet pads in the little feet trays, and then our uprights, the C. Those are B, go into A. Now we're going to attach C with screws. Look, we got another wrench. Awesome. And C is the one without these. Gotcha. They attach with 2 screws. Flip that over. We'll take this. It's decent. I mean, it's real thin metal. It feels like steel that's been like powder coated. Real thin gauge steel, not like super thick, but I think it's going to do the job. Yeah, pretty thin metal. Just tightening these down, I can feel the screw heads actually bending this thin steel. I don't know if you can tell there where, yeah, you can see how that steel depresses some now. So it's really, really thin gauge. All right, so we're doing the bed mesh again. So those PETG, I mean, I've got several of those up. The rep racks, they actually hold pretty darn well. Once again, when you're doing those PETG prints, you're using a lot of walls and some pretty decent infill. So, okay, so that step's done. Step 2, we're going to attach E and C with this. So we're going to attach some of our crossbars. We'll do the lower crossbars. This will start to build out our frame for the first couple of shelves. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. That stuck a lot better. Just needed to, you know, do the simple thing, which was clean the bed. Yeah, this is from Amazon. Yes, Eagle. So I figure I'll go ahead and work on putting this together while we're trying to get our first print done. So how's your day going, Eagle? Hopefully doing well. And be aware that since we had to take the gantry off on the printer, that also means that we need to go through and redo not just tensioning the belts, which we did, but I'm going to have to keep going and tweaking on those a little bit. But we're also going to have to redo all of our input shaping stuff, because taking all the gantry apart and stuff is going to change our input shaping results. So we'll have to work on redoing the input shaping on this eventually. But for now, we're printing, we're pushing plastic. I wonder if I should probably put Loctite on this. I guess not really, because it's not going to be moving parts. Oh yeah, this should work fine, buddy. The biggest thing I'm going to have is where am I putting it? And like I said, I think it's going to go back here where this light is. I'm going to move that light out because it really isn't like doing what I need it to do. And the position of it in relation to the cameras is bad. Okay, so it's getting ready to do its first filament change. So it did the cut. Going to do the retract. Now it'll go and pick up the next filament, which is lane 3 by the looks of it. Which just got fed into the tool head, doing its first poop. Baby's first poop. And yes, that was all of it. It's doing the T, it'll do the A as well around it. And those are pretty, we'll say small or short parts of the print. So now the other thing to be mindful of when you're doing something like this is just keep things loose. Don't crank them down as you're building it because it will be racked. You're going to have to de-rack some of this stuff. And you're going to have to de-rack your rack. But yeah, we want this to be pretty square and upright. So we want to make sure that it's nice and solid. Minimize the twists and stuff. I mean, this is not the most I'll say precision. This material is not like the best as far as trying to get precision with an eagle. That is not a bust. I really like this, so don't take that the wrong way. I'm just saying that, you know, these types of things, they're commodity. And it's kind of like IKEA furniture. It's all to which batch run did I get, as well as how you put it together. Right? You got to take your time, make sure you put it together, you square things up as you're going through so that you get the best stability out of it. Okay, so we did those. Now we're going to add the top end on both sides and our next set of racks, or our next set of cross members. That slips down there like that. This one will slip down on this side. Yeah, there we go. I was fighting some of the, I'll say the swarf from the, where they punched through the sides and drilled the holes in the sides. There was some swarf from it. I had to knock my way through that. This is the bar that joins the top and bottom halves together because it goes through both the top and bottom half. Now, mind you, I am building this rack and not even paying attention to the tool changes and stuff that are going on. Partly because I built 5 of these and partly because, one, I built 5 of these, and then 2, it's an LDO kit. And LDO kits kind of, well, they get a little leeway from me, having built a couple. Oh, yeah. And if you're hearing a ka-thunk when it's doing the cut, that's a really good sound to hear. The first couple of times it was doing it, it scared the crap out of me. I thought something was catching. No, that's actually the sound of the filament being cut. So once again, it's a good sound to hear. And I'll pull over and show you guys the poop here in a minute. But I can tell you from what I'm seeing now, we're getting some really good filament changes and prints. So I'll bring you guys the poop, and then I will bring you guys over and show you the print as it's going. I know I kind of moved you guys back from the printer, but that was really to be able to get in here and get the whole thing in high top to bottom with the box drill with the filaments and stuff on them. Hey sis, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so it sounds like we had a first issue there. Either was something skipping. I'll come over and take a look at it here in 1 second. Yeah, that failed to load properly. And it's going to come over and say, hey, something bad happened. I failed to load. So it didn't get things at the sensor. So let's see where we're at here. I do not have filament in our filament path. And we were trying to load which leg? Leg 4, ready failed to load. So that would be lane 4 over here. Now, what I want to do, I'm going to step over here and kind of look up underneath and just see if I got filament going into that lane buffer for the from the extruder into the hub. It could very well be the hub has some garbage in it. Can't seem to get that out, so let's just take it out from the back of the hub. Not seeing anything there. Normally when you can't get something at the, if you can't get one of your connectors out, it's a good sign that there's filament in the channel there, which there is. So what I'm going to try and do, I just got the filament removed from that hub section. What I want to do is run some filament or something into the hub to see if maybe we had a string that got in the way or not. I'm just trying to figure out, once again, the filament that I'm using there in lane 4, it has been sitting out for a while. Like it literally came off of the, whatchamacallit, it came off of the ender belt that had just been sitting there for a while. So all right, so it looks like there's nothing in the filament path, so that wasn't the issue, which means to me it's most likely the tip end is just catching on something in the filament path. Now what I just did was run some carbon fiber filled filament through that filament path to see if that will resolve whatever the issue was. And we'll try and get this loaded back in there. And then we'll tell it to basically, hey, try again, right? We'll get that back into the filament path. And of course, be careful as you're doing this. Don't do like what it sounds like I may have just done, which was break the filament in the filament path, because that'll always lead to a jam as well. Sure you plug your turtleneck back in. Don't be that guy like Digital Dragon who continues to try and load filament and goes, why isn't it loading? Only to realize you've got like 3 meters of filament sitting out the back of the machine. Okay, so we had a failure of lane 4. So what I'm going to do is come down here and I'm going to tell it doesn't have anything in the try a tool unload. It may tell me no. Because it's not detecting anything in the tool. Okay. And then I'm going to do a lane eject for lane 4. And this is going to pull this filament out of lane 4. There we go. So lane 4 has been ejected now. We'll reload it. All right, something is not lining up here on this particular lane 4. I'm not getting it down into the filament path. And it seems like it's the it's of course the PTFE from the trigger to the extruder, so I'm not feeling a kink. Pretty sure it's fully engaged. I don't know why I'm catching, like it feels like I'm catching a lip. That makes sense. I don't know if you guys have ever done that where you've caught like the lip on an ECAS fitting or yeah, it's catching on the transition. I'm going to try and do a different spool of filament that may not be like, this definitely needs to be dried, even though it's PLA. It just definitely needs to be dry. It's way too rigid. We'll try and switch over to a white. See if we can't get this to go in and play a little bit nicer. Seems like it will. Okay, so it failed on load. So let's load. I don't have those macros. Macros. Box tree. Don't forget to come down here. Oh, look, interesting, they're not there. You don't have a lane load? Or did I miss it? Guess we just changed tool. And that's a really light spool that I'm using, so that may give us just different problems because of that spool being so light. All right, we just turned or changed from that like tealish color to the straight white. Here's the rack that we're building. Oh, nice, Westery. We're gonna, you know, you keep saying, "Oh, I don't work on printers. I don't know what I'm doing." I'm gonna say I ain't met a farm person yet that can't fix something that breaks. Don't spread nasty rumors. Well, like I said, you definitely should do up a little story on the journey of that bamboo and send it off to them, because the fact that this was in a partially collapsed building, you cleaned mud and other stuff out of it, and it is printing again, is crazy. You don't have any pictures of where you found it? I figured you would have had that for insurance. Okay, so I got 2 more bolts to put in, which are joining the 2 bases here together. And then okay. So here's our little poop, right? The fact that it's got a tail is telling. That normally I wasn't seeing that initially, and I'm starting to see this a little bit more. This could either be some oozing from the nozzle, because it's not looking stringy from the cuts, right? It's like, ooh, crap, that was not good. See our rack? We got a rack. Yeah, it might. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how big it was, but I think it will fit over there. I was also thinking possibly back here and moving that light. Is it here? Oh, so I need to. It's behind the truck in front of the garage? Oh, I'm glad they listened to the sign and was nice enough and put it right underneath the sign. That's FedEx for you. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to clean up the screws that I just knocked over when I kicked the stool over. Okay. We've got another filament jam, and that tells me, normally when I hear that high-pitched whining like that, It's because it's trying to do the quick move, and it does short pulsing moves to get the filament to the hub, and then it goes to do a fast move. So basically what I'm hearing is it did the slow move, it got to the hub, and something jammed at the hub potentially. Okay. And this may actually be the turtleneck, like itself, because I think I'm getting a little bit of a kink in the turtleneck when it extends out. So that may be, I need to make one of the PTFE tube a little bit longer. And I'll have to move a camera around there to show you, but the end result is still going to be the same, which is unload, not the tool. We're going to eject the lane, which was 4. Don't touch. Let it do its thing, Luke. Hands off. Okay. I think I know what I can do, which is to make this junction shorter. So what's happening is as it's pushing the turtleneck buffer out, it kinks the tube. So what we have to do is give it more room so that when it pushes itself out, it doesn't cause that kink. So we did that. Let's change to tool 4 again. See if that solved the problem. Leg 4 not ready. Did it pull it completely out? Oh, it did. Now what's going on here? Seems like we caught again at that lip. So it's catching at the transition into, I think, into the ECAS. So now let's try, there we go. Now we're going to load it. Yeah. So what happens is that tube, the buffer tube in the turtleneck, since it's sitting straight out from the back of the So you got the turtleneck here, that buffer tube will go out further, right? So you've got your turtleneck here, it pushes out. Well, when it pushes out, it's now got too much of a bend, and it's kinking the PTFE tube there, which is causing a place where it can hang up. The fix for that is to extend this tube and make it longer, which I can do after this print finishes. Oh, like it's paused. Let's unpause it. And there's our new filament rack. So we got 5 shelves that we can hang filament on. We've got little hooks for I don't know what that can go over on each side. That's actually pretty cool. So I'll be able to potentially put this over here in this corner so it's out of the way but readily accessible so that I can grab filament to load into printers. Or like I said, potentially 1 or 2 in the back there. Door is bent, no top cover, so I used the P1s, but yeah. It was like hanging by the cords and filled with dirt, some scratches and dents, horrible brown and white stuff came out of the hot end, I bet. We let it dry and I replaced all the PTFE tubing and used canned air to clean up a lot. Awesome. Oh, and by the way, folks, I meant to show you this and I didn't. But we're coming out pretty darn clean on these color changes. Pretty darn nice. Here's the poop and the kick. And yeah, so the little bit of oozing, I think that can be tuned by changing some of the parameters there for the retract and the ram after it does the cut. So it just did a cut, now it rams it down, it comes over, it does that filament change, and I think what we may be doing is getting some oozing happening while the filament's changing. Or maybe the distance that it actually loads when it puts in the next one, does it squirt out a little bit? Yeah. So it's squirting a tail out when it's doing the initial load. It squirts a little bit of tail out. So that's where those tails are coming from. So it's not oozing. It's when it loads that filament down initially that it squirts a little tail out. So not a bad thing. It's just right where it's sitting at. It's not squirting it onto the table or onto the bed. It's just off the edge of the bed. Maybe I can move my park position slightly and it'll be right over the top of the bed. So when it squirts it out, it just creates that little piece. Oh, don't worry, sis. That's perfectly fine. I'm just looking at this going, man, you really need a picture of that. So you need the top glass cover, which I know you can buy from Bamboo, and the door, which you can also buy from Bamboo, or you can go get, what is it, like the tough doors or whatever from either Big Tree Tech or THC. Everything you learned from me. Aw, sis. And I'll say, I think on all of my other box turtles, I'm going to switch them over to the latest respooler wheel design, which was that 2-part hub. So you'll have the one hub that slides on with a spacer, and then you use M3x8s as set screws to lock it into the shaft, and then the wheels screw onto those. And I think that gives you a lot better rotation, because I think what's happening on one of my other ones is lane 1 is sluggish, and I think it's because the wheel itself may be slipping on the shaft some. So this definitely gives you a more positive grab on the shaft. And so to fix that, it's literally just reprinting the wheel pieces and swapping the wheels. Just pull these off and attach the other 2 wheels. So it's pretty easy to do. Oh, you got them on the way? Cool, Westry. Yeah, so I did have to wipe down the rack some, and this is some of the crap that came off the rack. So one set of bars did have some, looked like some rust or something on it. So, but that's fine. Like I said, that's good. It's pretty sturdy. I'm on carpet. If I was on a solid floor, I think I could level the feet out a little bit, and we'd be good. Well, what are we looking at here? First run, first roll print, we had to clean the bed to get the bed adhesion done. But that's because, like, I don't know why I didn't bother to clean the bed. I've been working off of this bed for a while now. All of our poops are coming out nice and clean. The print's coming out nice and clean. So yeah, this is working really well. You don't know how to work on printers, you cleaned it up and you got it working again. Now, with the white and brown stuff coming out of the tool head, quite honestly, they give you spares. I probably would have just junked that nozzle and put a clean nozzle, like a whole new clean hot end on it. That would have been me. That's just cheap insurance. Those whole hot end assemblies are like 25, 30 bucks with the fan and everything on it. So, I mean, you've got the bare hot end, because I know I've got a couple X1Cs. They come with the bare hot ends. So you had those. All you would have had to have done would be to put the thermistor and heater on it. And that, to me, if the tool head was sitting in dirt, that would have been, for me, I would have cleaned those rods as really best as I could, to make sure there shouldn't have been stuff in the bearings because of the bearing wipes, but clean the rods off for good measure. I would have pulled the extruder, taken it apart, cleaned everything, put it back. Same thing with a hot end. I probably would have just replaced the hot end because it's cheap and easy. But I probably would have taken it apart more than you did. But hey, it's working. Roll with it, you know? And it seems like this fan has calmed down. So whatever was pissing the fan off, it figured it out. I like this. These are always good to have. By the way, these flatheads like this, they're furniture screws. They're furniture assembly screws. I had to actually go and look for these to replace a couple on the daybed. And I was like, oh, holy crap, this is actually a type of screw with that flat head. You normally find them in, I think they're in like 40-20 or 40-20. quarter 20 and whatever its metric equivalent is. Exactly. I would have replaced that hot end because it may be working, but I don't trust it. So yeah, by the way, we are almost 50 minutes into a 17-minute print. Like I said, it says 17 minutes. That's 17 minutes of printing plastic on the part. It's not accounting for the actual tool change. Because once again, and I don't think the slicer can, because all of this tool chain steps is running through Klipper macros, not Orca slicer. I don't think there's a way of putting in a calculated tool change cycle into Orca slicer to get a better print estimate. I don't know. We'd have, I guess, I wonder, there might be something that you could do for that. Hey, D's Nuts 2222 Monkey. How's it going? We are currently doing our first print on our LDO beta kit box turtle. This has been the quickest and easiest box turtle assembly. All of the, I'm gonna sit down for a second, folks. All of the, and get fresh coffee. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some fresh coffee. Somebody went on a Dunkin' run for me. And then you probably heard us talking if you've been around for a short bit, but FedEx was kind enough to put the heavy box, rather than bring it up to the door, they put it behind my truck up against the garage door, right under the sign that says, "Do not leave packages here, take them to the front porch." And then we assembled our rack here. And let me know if you guys want me to go grab that package from downstairs. I think you guys will like it. Or we can wait and we can open that up on another stream. Sorry, fat pill. Oh, you're fine, Westery. Take over chat. Heck, at this point, this is the chat and chill part of the stream because it's working, right? Once again, your lane lights, we've got blue because this is the active one. These are all in standby, waiting to be called up. I've got my little makeshift poop tray here. And what I'm going to do is, there's my little makeshift poop tray there. What I'm going to do is, after this stream, I'll probably take my bed off, relocate the wires so that they're, instead of being along the back here between the two rails, it's going alongside the rail here. And then I can put in the decontaminator bucket on the back. The reason I can't put this on is this fouls out with the Wago connectors that I currently have in place. Or I can literally just make a bigger tray that sits down there that I'll be able to slide straight in and out. So I think I have some bigger printers that I can print a larger tray in, like a 350 Trident downstairs. So the good news is I've got a couple of settings that I just fixed here that I know I can fix downstairs on the other 2.4. Like I said, I'm going to print and swap out the wheels on the 2.4 that I self-source built that's going to Evocate, so that they got the new wheel design, because I think that holds onto the shafts a lot better. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. This is the required serial print. So this will be the first, well, my first serialized beta kit build. I've got 2 serialized self-sourced. I've got 2 other self-sourced that I didn't serialize because I wasn't going to serialize them under the beta program. Now that it's an open beta, I can go and serialize those 2 now. So yeah, I've built these and I've gotten them down to 3, 4 streams. Primarily because when I self-source them, I have to do all the wiring, which means soldering, cutting, finding the length, soldering, crimping, and all that. With the with the LDO kit, the wire's pre-crimped, right? So with the pre-crimped wire, all you have to do is plug it in. And in this case, we did have to depin and repin some things because they were pinned wrong, but they did catch that really quickly. And all the production kits are going to come out with the right pin outs. So it's literally plug, you're done. We had this thing built in literally 2 streams. It took us longer to fix the 2.4 because once again, our 2.4 was running the Chaotic Labs carbon fiber rails, and you cannot mount the plunger system to that for your Filomatrix. So we had to take the tool head off, rebuild it with Filomatrix. I agonized over whether or not to put Nighthawk on it or not. We finally decided not to. We did have to rewire some things to get our filament sensors. We do have a filament sensor above and below the extruder. Then we had to figure out the cables. I did that last night while I was good to go. And we've got the one UTC cable coming to a side skirt with a different style connector than I would use at the back for the tool head CANBUS cable, so I don't get them mixed in and plugged in wrong. The other thing is with the way I cabled this one up, I now have 4 box turtles that have the same plug type, so I can literally swap any of them out and use them on the same test bed printer, right? So as I go through and make mods, because all of my other self-source are not using the latest updates for the trays and the spoolers. I'll probably go through and reprint and rebuild those with the respoolers, the trays, and the extruders. Well, maybe not on the extruders, because when they went to the new extruders and hubs, they went from the standard D2FL end stops to D2HW whatever, some higher quality, higher priced end stops that would require you to reprint all your parts. And then all of the end stops I currently have, I would be taking out and basically throwing in the bin until I came up and needed end stops, in which case I'd have to desolder, repin, whatever. So it might just be easier to just swap out the wheels themselves and that would be the easiest way to get those back up and running a little bit more reliably. Now, the other thing is 3 of them are running MMBs. So do I keep the MMB or do I swap them out for AFC light boards? You know, what do I do? I think I'll keep them with the MMBs. The one thing I will say about this one is, one, it's getting light, so that's why you're seeing a little bit of a bad respool. Also, this was a rewind off of a 5 kilogram spool. So that's one, that's not wound the way it normally would be. And then 2, it's just like anything else. When the spools get lighter, they don't have as much weight on those respooler wheels. So you may want to like put stuff, like do the little weights like you got for the AMS that a lot of people have built. You may want to use some of those here as well, or do something to add some weight to the spools. That's really not a thing of the AMS. I think that's going to be a thing of any respooler. That depends on the weight of the filament roll for the friction of the wheels. Like, that's the one thing with the AFC light that I like about that design, even though I don't have one, is it's center hub centric. So it's rotating from the center hub. Yes, you'll have to do some adapters for some of your spools, but you'll never have an issue where, well, it got lighter and it got less and less movement, right? It took more to move it or whatever because it was lighter on the respooler wheels. But so far, this is looking really nice. The couple of issues that we've had were hang-ups primarily with that fourth spool. But I think we're good. Nothing major. And so I will use this stream basically as my serial stream for this, my little serial video. My plan is to stream Tuesday, probably not Thursday. But I will stream Tuesday. So I am off the next 2 weeks, but my son, Darren, the one that you would see at Midwest Rep Rap Festival, is driving in from Goshen this weekend. His Voron build looks much prettier than yours. What colors are you using on your Voron, Rittenhouse? And I will say once again, I cannot take credit for the colors of the Voron printer. I won the base parts. Excuse me. I won the base parts for this from Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival the first year. So black and blue with space gray. Yeah. Oh, I'm with that. I get that. Yeah, this is Polymaker Purple ASA and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. Now the Trident back here, Iron Dragon is sparkle fluorescent red and sparkle old copper from Sparta 3D. Now the box turtle doesn't match the color scheme. This is the Ambrosia Sparkle ASA Galaxy Midnight Meteorite and Sparkle Space Gray or whatever. So it's not the right color scheme for this. None of my box turtles are, partly because I don't have the Sparta 3D filament. I would have to go and order more Sparta 3D from Canada. And oh wait, Canada Post has been like on strike, haven't they? So they just got ordered back. So I think Cruising Girl, if you're still out there, I forgot. I need to get that package in the mail while we can. Yeah, Iron Dragon over there is awesome. And this is one of the few times you can see the logo on there, which was a vinyl print from KB3D. So, yeah. And soon, sometime in January. So, here's something else. Look forward, okay, to a special stream on a Saturday coming in January. I haven't quite picked the date yet. I have a date in mind, but I'm going to try and get some vendors lined up and do a streamiversary. So January will mark my 2 years of streaming on Twitch. And so I am going to do a streamiversary. I'm trying to line up things right now for a giveaway. I do have 2 things that I have purchased that will be giveaways, that will be large giveaways. But I'm trying to line up some other vendors and stuff. So, yeah. Looking forward to doing that. Hopefully I can get, that one didn't get knocked off for whatever reason. Hopefully I can get a few vendors involved, because that'll be nice to have some support there. So yeah, let's go for 2 years. It's been a good journey too. We were sitting there counting, or not counting, but naming off all the printers that we built on stream. And yeah, I have probably built easily 30 printers in those 2 years. And other things too, because remember we built the Milo, and we've got a rat rig over here as well. So we're just not building printers. Yeah, well, and so what I want to do, Rittenhouse, is that's part of the next step, right? I've got an LLC now, so I have Digital Dragon 3D LLC, and my goal is going to be print it forward like parts. So I will print parts for printers for people for cost. And that cost includes, you know, machine time, labor, stuff like that. But, you know, I'm not like upselling it basically. So printers, box turtles, stuff like that. I'm going to do other types of prints. I'm working on doing some larger size, like terrain prints and stuff like that for the game store. And then, you know, other engineering style prints that I've done for some people here or there, because I do have the right printers to do some of that stuff. And then I also want to do custom printer builds, mission printer builds. So if, like Chewy, hey, I want a Voron. I don't think I've got the chops to do it, or I'm timid, it scares me. You know, I will build it for you and get that printer to you. My preference would be not to have to ship it. So I am willing to drive up to 3 hours. So that puts it in a 5 to 6 hour radius of me where we can meet in the middle to do an exchange for a printer. right? So, or if it's around showtime, I can bring it to the show, and you can get it to the show like what Chewy did, right? So that's something that I want to do as well. Um, I say I don't want to ship it just because I'm leery. I don't trust UPS and FedEx on some of these built printers. After seeing what they did to Tribent and knowing that Steve crated that printer and they destroyed the crate, it scares me. You know, and I've moved with enough moving companies to know how much stuff gets broken in a move, right? So putting that much time and effort, because, you know, I'm not going to buy the kit. You're going to buy the kit and have it delivered to me. Then I will build it and get it to you. So I don't want you to build. I don't want you to buy a $1,500 printer, have it delivered to me. I spend the time building, you know, printing the parts and building it, and creating it up and getting it to you, and then it's a busted piece of junk because they dropped a crate. You know, and now we're all out time, money, and energy, and it's a frustrating experience, right? And it's more, it's not necessarily that I'd be like, man, I can't believe I just wasted all my time. No, it's the end customer is not getting a product that they can use. That's what I don't want to get into a position of, right? So that's what I want to be careful of. I mean, like, sorry, give me a second. I just saw something. I'm like, what was that? I can't figure out what it is, but there's something that looks like it's about that long sitting up in the vent grate. Kind of weird. I'll have to go figure that out. You do not see much with your rat rig. Um, so my IDEX is coming up. So we've got, I think we're going to go into some rat rig here in the month of January, because we've got the IDEX kit to install on the rat rig. And then we've got the rat rig beta mill down here. So I need to start working on that. I wanted to start the mill today. Obviously that didn't happen. So I need to get going on the mill, and I'm going to do the IDEX upgrade. And the IDEX, I'm going to upgrade exactly right here. So, you know, here's the rat rig. Don't mind that it's got stuff in it and on it. It's, yeah, I have been printing with it. But this is the stand from rat rig that it's sitting on. This is a two-man lift. This is not a one person grab this thing and hunk it around. So I'm literally going to be doing that IDEX upgrade right there, which means black box will have to get moved out. It's on a wheeled cart. This currently is not on wheels. If it was, that would be even easier. But this will get moved out. I'll get the camera somewhere like right here, focusing over there, and we'll do the actual IDEX upgrade in place right there. So, hey Shenanigans, how's it going? But I do love the rat rig. The rat rig is printing exceptionally well. I've now put ABS and a bunch of PLA through it. I haven't done any carbon fiber stuff just yet, but I have printed out several things on it, and it prints beautifully. I am using Rat OS. Which situation? So I'm using Rat OS on the Rat Rig. Now, Rat OS can work on a 2.4, a Trident, and other things. A lot of people have asked or have talked to me about using it on other things. I just have not. It was a very nice experience doing the install on the Rat Rig. And I have also been going through and reading all of the instructions for the IDEX upgrade. So I am looking forward to doing that. The sad part is you do have to mess with the belts, but I've already got the hybrid motor installed, so that shouldn't be that hard to do. Oh, what am I thinking of? Yeah, so what's your name? Guthrie. Did you buy the IDEX at the same time as you got your printer, or did you get them separately? And hold on, I'm gonna put you guys on mute real fast because I'm gonna take this sweatshirt off. Oh. Fertile. By the way, my wife loved this shirt because this shirt stood out from the crowd so well at 3D Printopia. She was like, you've got to keep wearing that shirt, because as I took off and I was running around on the floor because we were up on the upper deck, she's like, I could see you. I could find you in the crowd. I was like, well, maybe I don't want to be found because I'm going shopping. Oh yeah, this is definitely an easy to spot shirt in that 3D Printopia crowd. But yeah, we'll be doing Rat Rig going into the first of the year. I will most likely do the IDEX upgrade on like the Tuesday, Thursday stream while we start the build of the mill up here on the bench on Saturdays, because Saturdays I tend to run longer. Now, the next couple of weeks when my son's here, when I stream, they're going to be shorter streams. I'm not going to do like an 8-9 hour stream on a Saturday with my son here, because he's taking the time to drive all the way down here from Indiana. I'm going to spend time with him. But yeah, this is a nice shirt. I like these shirts. I've got this one, and I've got the like indigo blue one. I think it's indigo blue, something like that. So yeah, I like these shirts. The box turtle's a cute shirt. And I think this goes through something like anywhere from 52 to like 57 filament changes when it does this print. And like I said, this is, I'll say, a bit of a torture test to make sure that it prints well. And as soon as this is done, not as soon as, but once this is done, I'm going to start running plates of box turtle coins. These were the coins that we had at 3D Printopia. Now this one, the color change for the white was a little off, so it's not as crisp on the white like we have here. But running these, the plan will be to have a butt ton of these printed out to go with this to evocate, because not this particular one, but the stuff going to evocate is a 2.4 300 LDO Rev C kit that's been upgraded to Rev D with the Leviathan and the Nighthawk board, and it has a box turtle. Now I'm keeping this box turtle kit because I'm going to continue to torture test it for a while under the beta, because this is a beta kit. But they've got the one I built right before this, which was built to go with Kyber Dragon, and it's going to go out there, and I'm going to send it with a bunch of coins. And I'm going to have filament. So I use EPAX filament, and they are now a reseller for EPAX as well. So EPAX spools work very well on this. In fact, this one went with that box turtle, and I bought EPAX filament at the 3D Printopia, and it printed box turtle coins all weekend. So yeah, me either, Shenanigans. The mill is going to be interesting, though, because we don't have a manual yet. They're still writing the manual. So we're building it from CAD. We're going to be building it from the ground up using CAD. So you may see me, I don't know, look at the Milo build every now and then, just to kind of see order of operations. Like, I think we're going to build the Y, the X, then add the Z, just to try and break into it. I haven't got the spindle yet, but I keep talking, like, I've got a 1.5 kilowatt 110 spindle on the Milo, and Chris keeps telling me, well, the 2.2 only draws 17 amps. You can get the 2.2 and run it. So I may go get the 2.2. It's the same physical size. It's just heftier and has a little bit more power. And considering that the Milo is based on 30 series extrusions and the Rat Rig's based on 40 series, yeah, I think having the extra power will be useful, because it should be able to use it. But I'll get that through KB3D. And there's different ways of mounting it on the Rat Rig. Let me see about pulling it up over here. Yeah, so the Rat Rig mill, you've got the different files and stuff. There's a couple of different ways to look at it. So if we look at the 80 millimeter spindle, so here you go. And this, I will say, is, let's see if I can just open this. Might be easier to see it in Fusion. Oh, nice, Rittenhouse. Yeah. Dude, stay off your knee. Ice that knee, and it's, yeah. Be careful of that knee. I hope that's a restart of Fusion and not everything, because that would really suck. Ah. Don't want to do that yet. Okay, let me do it this way then. Download the step file, because I was looking at the step file before. So there's different ways that you can do this. Yeah, take it easy, Rittenhouse. Ah, yeah, there you go. There you go. Anniversary gift. Gotcha. Just be careful on that knee. If you get another printer, you want one that can print full-size helmets without having to glue together. Yeah, that works well, Westery. The one thing I will say about that is, just remember that the larger print size that you can print also means the larger print that can fail and you can toss a bunch of stuff away. Just saying. All right, you've already called the doctor. Good. I've had too many helmets that have failed like it up in the 80-90% done range after printing for a couple of days, and that just sucks. What is the cooling method for the cutter on the rat rig? So yeah, we'll talk about that here in 1 second. So the fusion. Open. That not come down already? Some zip files. Okay. So I mean, I've got a printer that does full-size helmets. Just saying. Depending on the size of the helmet too, you can get away with the 300 size bed. Yeah, it's pretty nice to do the one-piece helmet and then just have to, do the accoutrements, especially if either you have a resin printer or you've got a buddy with a resin printer that can resin print the detail pieces that are a lot harder to like sand and all that good stuff. What is going on here? I don't need that right now. I'm going to close that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you were asking about the electronics. So, darn it. This rear pack right here is the electronics. Okay? The electronics can also be not attached and be a separate box. And you can mount your VFD on the back top up here. Right? So you can have your G Penny VFD or what have you back here, and your main control box can be separate. Think like the LH Stinger where the control box is separate. There's an advanced, do they have it here? That's the compact electronics assembly. I thought they had it there. Where did they have that? Product details. So a couple of things. It uses the rodent toolhead or the rodent board, which is nice. This is purpose built for this mill, but you can integrate a Skyla as well, I'm sure. We got the fixture plates as a, you know, when you joined the beta program, they gave you, they threw in the fixture plates. It's got bellows to cover up the Y-axis. Your aluminum mount for your spindle. And once again, this is a top-down view with your electronics hanging in the back. There is going to be an enclosure for it. And as part of the enclosure, you're not going to show it there, build. You're going to love this. This is the totality of the build manual. Tells you how to trim it. That's about it. They're still building out the build manual. The electronics. There's a basic bundle, which is, like I said, that electronics enclosure mounts to the back. There is the VFD, and when you do the VFD, come on, dang it, where is... Oh, okay, here's the basic, and then here's the advanced. So the advanced electronics bundle, this is where you have the VFD and a separate box for things. I believe, come on. I'm gonna get mad because now I'm trying to figure out where I found that drawing. The advanced electronics bundle contemplates the rodent and 2.2 kilowatt spindle following the wiring guide below. Okay, so anyhow, there is a BOM files. Newly printed part. So anyhow, the advanced electronics case is a separate, like, extrusion and plexiglass enclosure, and your components hang on DIN rails in it. Okay, so it's completely enclosed and it's outside of the printer so it can stay moisture resistant, right? That same box can be basically hung in the enclosure itself so that it's all one big enclosed package, and you can then run your, like, missing system or whatever, right? So for the life of me, I can't believe I cannot find these darn files. I know I saw them earlier. Bellows, spindle mount, enclosure, Z-axis. Yeah, I don't know where. I literally do not know where. I don't know if they took it out or what have you, but yeah, they're oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, they're they're not going to cover misting or anything like that as part of this kit. That's going to be up to you, right? Um, now there's you can still dry cut stuff, right? But I agree that like when you're cutting steel, to get the best out of it, you're going to want to flood cut it, right? Yeah, I wish I could figure out where that stuff was at. I really do. Product details. Talking about the IDEX, there's mill, 40 series base extrusion, which is massive. Compact size electronics closure, which is just straight through. There's the enclosure that's coming soon. No links there. Yeah, I don't know, but the enclosure here, up in this top right corner would be basically where that separate electronics piece would go in, and it would be there. Um, oh, you know what? I wonder if it was. I may have gotten the link out of the Discord beta group, which I can't show. That might be why I can't find it. But yeah, so you would have to do some type of cooling to get the optimal cut performance. Otherwise, you are going to have to take smaller cuts than would be optimal to get stuff done. Um, but yeah, I mean, it is definitely doable. It is doable. And it looks like we're getting close to done here. Starting to drop poop everywhere, so let me clean up the mess. Little sucker making mess everywhere. Well, I need a bigger poop tray. And once again, you know, let me get something with a good color transition. There's your poop. Whoops. There's your poop for each transition compared to what you would normally get with a bamboo. And the little tail here, the rat tail, that is actually when it's doing the change and it's bringing the filament back in, it squirts a little out. So I just need to change my initial load parameter just a tad bit so it doesn't squirt that out. Or because it's doing it in the park position, which is a little bit off the printer, change that location so it's pooping right over the bed and it'll squirt out right on top of the bed. So And you know what? I don't think I can wait. So I think Tuesday we'll start the rat rig. Either that or we'll actually... got an unboxing to do as well. So how about we do this? While it does its final couple of layers here, I will be right back. I'm going to bring a box upstairs. So bear with me for a minute. I'm going to put you guys on mute, or at least mute. Okay, so we're done. So we got our pile of poops up here from our print and our box turtle print. So there we go. Yet another box turtle that is soon to be serialized. And this, once again, is a LDO box turtle beta kit. So yeah, there we go. I think that turned out really well. We got all 4 colors showing. Sorry for those lights. I'll have to shut the case lights off. And then the newest arrival, K1C. So, as you know, oh, we're in the middle of an ad break. So, Fadis was kind enough to send me a package for Christmas. And in them was an end coat nozzle and a silicon carbide nozzle. So the silicon carbide on the bottom actually has the silicon carbide tip to the nozzle, which is an abrasive resistant tip. And then the top one is the end coat. So this is more of a coating that's applied over the standard nozzle and helps with abrasion as well. But the silicon carbide is the better material. For those of you that don't know, the conch hot end that they made for the Bamboo Labs P1P and A1, or the P1 and X1 series, the conch has a silicon carbide tip with the standard heat break, and the conch plus has a silicon carbide tip and an ink-coated heat break. So it's very, very well resistant. And I've got those as well. I got a Conch Plus in for the bamboo, which I already had one planned to install. So I'm probably going to put the silicon tip in this one. But, you know, I had nozzles, but I had no printer to go with it. So now I got a printer to go with the nozzles. You know, I think that's how it works, right? You get a part and then you build a printer around the part. We also have an APUS 2 extruder. I'm not sure what we're going to put that on, but yeah, today's stream has been all about this 2.4 and the box turtle. We've got our poop, and once again, we've realized from watching that the tails are actually coming from when the new color filament comes in. So that kind of gets generated there with the little tail. We need to get ourselves, you know, print ourselves a tray to collect our poop in. And yeah, other than that, I think we're doing good. We've got a good solid print. To be able to pop that off. Give me my print. So there we go. Looks like possibly a little bit of over extrusion on the top layers, but that is, you know, not my profile. This is using their profile. All I did was switch it over to my printer, but I used the same print settings. But yeah, everything came out well. We've got our 4 different colors, and I think we're ready to keep going. I might tweak this in a little bit, or basically drop it down to my standard. I think what I'll do is reprint this using my standard instead of all of his included settings for the printer settings. I'm like looking around like, where'd it go? It's yeah, I closed Orca. So let's fix that problem. Open this file back up. We'll switch back over to full display so you can see what I'm doing. So we're going to switch back over to our printer, known as Dragon. And discard his settings and go to our settings, which we had somewhat tuned for this printer previously. 3, 4, 15% infill. Really hate crosshatch. I am a cubic guy, by the way. I just like cubic versus anything else. Not running a 6mm nozzle, we're running a 4mm, so 4. Yep, good. Standard. Multi-material, none of that is there, which is good because we do not want to enable the prime tower or anything like that. We don't need to. No need to have it. Line skirt. I don't want a brim either. I'm going to upload this and get it printing again, just for no other reason than to start breaking this in a little bit. And hey, Jedi Spidey, how's it going? Well, what's going on is I'm getting ready to kick off yet another print, but we got a little tray of poop. And we've got our first serial print. This is literally the first print off of it. We had the first layer going down and it was peeling up because I had been working, like literally tore the gantry down, rebuilt the gantry, moving it from the carbon fiber rods back to the aluminum extrusion so that we can mount our plunger or our trigger for our cutter. And I didn't wipe down the bed. So now I've wiped down the bed. The bed's nice and clean. And we have printed. So I think we're doing good there. We've got a couple of things that we could probably tweak. Like that could have been tweaked right there. The Kyber Dragon was set to 0-290. Arc, where is our hoop location? Hoop location is 2290. How about we make that 2290 so when it does its little, it does it right in the same spot. Now that's downstairs on Kyber Dragon. We'll come over to this one. We should be able to change that because that's in a variables folder. It should pick it up whenever it runs that macro. So we'll see if it picks that up or not, or if it arc location goes over to 0. What football? I do need to call this soon because my game's getting ready to start. But you see a couple of other things that came in Jedi Spidey. The number one, my brother-in-law got me this filament rack. Got 5 trays. It's got a couple of hooks on each side. So it will help me get some of the filament off the floor, right? And then we've got a new machine in the shop. This just arrived today. I purchased it. It wasn't sent to me. I purchased this, but well, you know, somebody sent me nozzles in my Christmas package. They just sent me some nozzles that I couldn't use because they didn't have a printer that'll work on. And rather than get an Ender 3 V3 or an Ender 3 V3 Plus, I went ahead and got the K1C because, you know, it's a decent enough form factor. It's about the size of the Bamboo footprint, and I can use it for some more production, just print and run, print and go stuff. My plan will be to put it where the here, let's go over here real fast. My plan is to put it here. So I'll bring this down off the bench. This will most likely go out to the garage space for now, but this will be taken down and the K1 will go here. So that'll be in the background soon. We'll do that unboxing on a stream here sometime soon. Timor, you have 4 K1Cs, great for ABS and ASA. Yeah. So another reason I went with a K1C is, you know, I've heard things about the K1, and rather than fix the K1, they really came out with like the K1 Speedy, the K1 SE, the K1C, and everything I was reading and watching, the K1C is kind of the best of all worlds for that K1 series. And I know the K1 Max, some people had a lot of issues when they first came out. It did not have a good product launch, right? And so yeah, that's why I decided to grab the K1C. It's a good sized printer. I think I have a bunch of extra beds for an Ender 3 anyhow. So, I mean, it's all the same size. So you have 2 each K1 Max. How are your K1 Maxes, Jedi Spidey? Best bang, yeah, yeah. And like if you had an Ender of, you know, an Ender of any type, you can reuse all those beds, you know, all those build plates. So I know I had plenty of extra build plates. But gang, I think I'm going to call it here. We've got our box turtle up and running, so yay. I need to do some reorganizing up in here. Up in here, up in here. I need to do some reorganizing. The 0G's got to come down and go somewhere. And because that'll make room for the K1C, which we'll get up, and I'll print with it standard for a little while before swapping over into the other nozzle, which should be pretty easy, right? I mean, that's what it does, is it just simply language sometimes. So the yeah, it's similar to everything else. It's because it's a nozzle heat break. You just make sure you pulled your filament, and it should be a one-handed nozzle change. So, but I can tell you, I'm running the Mark IV nozzle down here in the Mark IV. I got another one of those. So I now have 2 of the Fadus nozzles, and I've got 2 of the E3D Obsidian high flow nozzles still to throw in there and test out. So I've got plenty of nozzles for the Mark IVs, which just means if I like them, as things in the background with the business start going, you may see some machines leave out of this space because they're going to another space and focusing more on production work than what we do here on the stream. So every third print your max jams. Well, that's not good. K1 Maxes have been great, but now I think they're at a point of some good old maintenance. I have, yeah. Most definitely. But yeah, as you can see, or as you cannot see, as you can see, we're printing well. Once again, I swapped their kind of print settings, not the printer, but the print settings, over to my profile that I had running on this box. So hopefully some of the over extrusion that we're seeing here, especially up in this leg and stuff, this over extrusion should get cleaned up some with this slice. So I'll let this run, monitor it. We're going to get this put up there so that, and link to this video so that I can get a serial for this machine or for this box turtle. And hey, this is now my first kit-based box turtle. So once again, this is the LDO beta kit. I still need to put my pretty corners on, but functionally, it's up, it's running, and it's printing great. So the K1 series had an extruder issue solved with extruder update. Correct. And that was in the K1 itself. And everything I was reading is that extruder was fixed in the K1C. And they started sending K1s out with 2 extruders, right? And then they finally updated that extruder. But then you had the K1 SE, the K1 there was another one as well. But yeah, regardless, we're gonna give this a shot. We'll see. I have never done Creality other than an Ender 3. We've done numerous Ender 3 conversion kits. And quite honestly, I think I'm kind of over them. We've still got the Ender XY that we're gonna bring up here onto the bench at some point and add the 3rd leg to. Partly because I need to get some of these printers refreshed, right? We're gonna refresh them, and some of these are gonna get put up for sale on the local market. I just need to make room, and I've got some printers that are like sitting downstairs that I don't even have plugged in and can't print with them because I don't have enough space to run things. So I need to get some out, and then you will see me, like, actually you won't probably see me, but things like the K1C, I'm going to test out here, get it figured out, and if I like it, there may be a couple of more of them somewhere down the road, who knows? Okay, so it's not picking up that modified macro setting. So I'm going to have to do a firmware restart before it picks that up. So that'll hopefully get rid of the tail a little bit. I'm going to need to do a bigger tray over there. But that's kind of where I want to leave it, folks. So thank you all so much for being here today. We got yet another successful box turtle build under our belt. While we were letting it print, we did put together a new filament rack thanks to my brother-in-law, so that's nice. I'll have to, like I said, move some things around to make a location for it. And we're going to have to move a printer around as well to make a spot for the new K1C that just came in. And we will do an unboxing on, I think we're going to do that over on YouTube. I'm going to have to figure out how to do the YouTube stream thing, and we'll stream that over on YouTube. We'll get the YouTube channel with some dedicated content going here. So, all right, that's where we're going to leave it for today. Let's find a good place to raid out to. Hey, not a problem, Shenanigans. Yeah, I need to go and see about getting some food and get ready for the Clemson Tiger football game that starts at 4:30, I believe. So let's see what we got going. We've got Painterly Gets doing some painting. A few people playing games, and that's kind of it, other than watching some people streaming prints. Yeah, so I think we're going to wind up going over to Painterly Get, because they're the only one that's just not streaming some prints going on right now. So we'll jump over there. He's painting some new models. So once again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Look for an announcement coming soon once I select the date in January for my anniversary stream. And like I said, I'm going to hook up and get some, try and get some giveaways for that stream so that we can make that a pretty big bash. And thanks for everybody for being here. And we will talk to you all next time. See you now. Bye. And for those of you that may still be watching this on YouTube, you will most likely be getting a recommended video over here to the side. And once again, be sure to like and subscribe down at the bottom and be ready for some YouTube only content on my channel coming this year. Bye now.